Welcome back to episode 8, part 1 of our warrior journey. Find ourselves in Hillsborough Foothills. We logged last time with our Hearthstone on cooldown. So first thing we're going to do, Hearth to Freewind Post. These things. Done.
Well met.
Now, is which to sell, which to keep.
Go in peace.
We will be getting more turtle meat later on, farming in Shimmering Flats probably. I don't know how much. Excellent. So, we've got Dungeon Quest, Strangleful Vale, Vale, and then we've got 1,000 Needles and Desolace. That is it, isn't it? And there is a quest as well. So, I mean, this should be doable. We do out level it considerably. So we're going to go around here, up the path, onto the bridges, and then around the top bluffs. Get the secret notes. Battle Arikara. Kill Arnak. Start the escort out again. much we can actually level our axe skill. Our current max is 170. Our 25 to 6. 45 skill lower. And depending on which side has been killed here. Might be worth going and doing your first of that. And normally I wouldn't. Absolutely no reason not to do escort first. Yeah.
How may I aid you? Be careful.
Oh, did they come to do this as well? Thanks. I mean, I did ask in general chat, so not like people didn't have warning. But they came from down there. But like, potion. Got plenty of them. Probably save that for Shimmering Flats part. Good bow for a hunter. Not a good bow for a warrior pulling mobs. Yeah. Oh, okay. And that one. Do the escort and come up, back up. Get the secret notes. Normally, I'd come up and do the secret notes of Tara and do the escort on Arnak last. But there's somebody had literally just cleared the platforms. Just didn't make any sense. We've hit respawn. you know, like I would normally be thundering, but trying to get minded axe skill. I'm spamming hamstring instead, because it's cheap. And we'll get a slow escort down to the bottom now. Spirit 20. Solid. That's the equivalent of having 10 strength on it for us. Hi, Big Natty. How are you? Doing okay? We're just doing some questing in 1,000 needles. the middle of finding some things that are respawning on top of us. That's alright. They're going to be fighting an elite in a moment. Arikara, we've done quite a long quest line to get to. Started a couple of different zones, all the way over in Ashenvale Forest. I started a few months ago. 2.5, 3, something like that. Gonna summon Arikara. Large serpent, as you can see. Want to currently to stream and enjoy streaming. This is something I'd be playing anyway right now, so having some extra people to chat to now and again is quite cool. Assuming this warrior makes it to 60, I will be leveling more characters, and hopefully we'll be able to get multiple 60s. I want to ideally play through all of the classes, because I never did in vanilla when I played in 2004. And I find it interesting to see how they all work. But I played all of them in Wrath a couple of expansions later. I don't know, I mean, I've got visibility enough now. How have I been working towards achieving my goal? By streaming. What is it you want to suggest? Right, and what does that idea involve? Won't I mind? Well, I mean, it depends what the idea is, you know? I don't need to drop you my Discord name. Alright, anything you need to say, you can stay in chat. I'm not going to be adding you on Discord. No, anything you need to say, you can stay in chat. Okay. You have a friend who streams, right? Who is this big streamer that is your friend and would want to discuss things with me? Oh, we actually need to go to Whitereach Post first, hand in the escort quest. I know Arakara. Okay, but who are you talking about? That's not what I asked. I asked, what is their... Who are they? What platform do they stream on? Who are they on that platform? So that I can see that your friend is actually a big streamer. Otherwise, why would I pick up a random Discord invite?
Greetings. Farewell. Be careful. Ah, I've been expecting you. Be careful.
Hey, Waterboat. How are you? just been dragging out a silly conversation. Yeah, we're doing well. Almost 35. Um, right, there we are. I found the option I wanted, and I've banned the scammer that was posting. For some reason, I can't find the block option. Oh no, hang on. There. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, we've just finished the Dark Cloud Pinnacle quests. I mean, I haven't seen any DCs here. The only mass disconnect that I've been aware of have been in the US. And I'm in the EU. And I don't play retail, so I don't know if that would have an impact at all. This is an EU server. Soul Seeker? Soul Seeker.
I've been expecting you. May the eternal sun shine upon thee. Winds be at your back.
Greetings. May the eternal sun.
Yeah, I played on the US when they did that Mok'Gara tournament.
What brings you here?
And I mean the ping wasn't too bad. Yeah, so it was all right.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
But
The things
obviously, as you know, it requires a separate extra subscription in order to do that. So I decided to just simply continue playing in the EU. Made more sense. Finally get to a section of the game that I really like. I don't. Some people aren't a fan of shimmering flats at all, but I really like it. It's not much to look at, granted, it being salt flats, but it's a great little questing area. And pick up all the quests. Start on one side, loop round the other. Then you're essentially already done. Nice and smooth, no fuss. If we can help this guy with a warlock question if they need it. Firestones for warlocks, they craft them and it's an offhand. It adds fire damage and it's one of the most worthless items in the game pretty much.
Interesting. You have a great day now.
Hi, how are you? Be seeing you. You have a great day now.
Hi, how are you? Very well then.
Interest you on a pint? Be good. How are you? Watch your back. You got my attention. Off with you. Be good. Talk to me. Off with you. Yo! Hurry back!
Vultures. Basilisks. I forgot that I was muted him for a moment. Sorry.
Greetings, traveler.
Slightly distracted, trying to advise the warlock who's managed to fall into utter the bait with their talents. I wonder if we can send them a link. So see if I can send them a talent tree. That's more. Hmm. Yeah, okay. That seems like a check. Don't know if he's got an add-on. Lets him see stuff at all. Oh, solid. Nice. So we're coming over here to begin with, because the rest of the flats, just, you can't find these buzzards. Or they're so ridiculously spread out. It's quite insane. All these names ruin my immersion. Yes, yes they do. May as well do the gazes while we're down here, to be honest. And the extra random vulture. It's nice. It's a good change of pace. It's bright. Now you wouldn't want to spend all your time here, but it feels like a different environment that they've actually thought about. Unlike was it Badlands and Blasted Lands, which are just kind of a rubbishy orange. Much like Durasar, to be honest. Yes, that's why I don't mind Badlands too much. Like it's big enough to have some stuff to do, but it's small enough that you can get around it relatively quickly and not spend like a ridiculous amount of time there. Blasted Lands for me just kind of feels a little bit lazy. I don't know why. It just does. Like, this feels like they've put some effort into detailing it. You know, the patterns on the ground and everything else. It just feels like it ties together better, and they've put a little more effort in. I do hear from a lot of people that they dislike this area. I think for me, this is so nice because it's not like you've got another whole half of a zone which is completely different. And the Shimmering Flats part doesn't take all that long. But just long enough to do a nice loop, finish all like 5 quests. There's more than 5 because there's the 2 Silithid quests as well. Oh, right. Looks like they're multi-boxing. Yeah. Sure. It's fine. It's just they're not going to want to party as a multi-boxer. I mean, you can see them running in perfect unison, one behind the other. Casting simultaneously. It's fine. I don't think it's bannable. Not sure. Yeah, I mean, you have to do. you're doing quests, I mean, for kill quests, it's the same efficiency, or double efficiency even, because you kill things twice as quickly. And you still only need the same total number of mobs. But for drop quests, of course, it takes you twice as long because you need twice as many drops. I guess it balances out in the end. I mean, they do obviously for each kill get half the experience, or was it? It's slightly more than 50%, isn't it? But it is still reduced. No, I don't think they do. I think it's controlled from like one keyboard or something. I don't know the specifics. But like, they press a button and both characters start casting. So I would imagine they'd be able to, if they can cast simultaneously, they'd be able to mouse over a creature and try and loot simultaneously. And like the big videos back when multi-boxing was a massive deal, were like 5 shamans in battlegrounds just earth-shocking or frost-shocking on repeat, and just exploding alliance. We only need one more gazer anyway. So that's fine. If we can grab that one, it'd be awesome. Yeah, I mean, at least it's still a real person behind it, you know? It's not a bot, so there's that. I'd rather see multi-boxers than bots for sure. Move away from that. in the stack, the rocket parts. I'm going to go up and check the vultures again. We only need a couple more. Got the hides done. Um, so one thing I want to do is test the difference. I want to find the difference between this axe and two one-handers. For that we'll need to get up to the turtles probably to have some reliable equal level mobs that we're fighting. So that we can pick ones that are and multiple level 30 or 31s, or so that we can fight one and then fight another same level different weapons and see roughly what the difference in build time is, combat time. Of course, if any of the turtles are still alive, it's getting busier here. Ideally, I want a combat that is... I want to be taking an average, I guess. I'm going to say I want a combat that's critless, but I'm sure the one-handers will probably crit somewhere. Hey, Ice, how are you? What? You Triforced? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. Level 35. We haven't done a huge amount of questing yet today. Only the Dark Cloud Pinnacle quests. There are cars that go around the track, yes. I don't think there's a quest where you can drive it. Rocket car. I'm very much hoping there are tortoises alive up here, but I'm expecting not. No. There's one. There's two. At least they're both level 35. So I want to see how long this combat lasts going 5 sunders. That's one big overpower proc. Fif 15 seconds. Let's try with these. So I'm going to let the rage deplete. So that when we charge, we've got a baseline of 0. Charge in. We get immediate overpower. Overpowers. 3 overpowers. Let's see how long that took. I hate that the time disappears immediately the combat is finished. There's 29 seconds. Right. Try with the two-hander again. I'm going to wait until Blood Rage is up. That's level 34 though. That's 34. I'll have to do. That's 23 seconds. $35 over there. We can try again. The one level can make quite a lot of difference. 0. Stop sundering. Waiting blood rage. That's closer to 29 as well, I think. $31s. See how wait for blood rage. Because I keep getting told that the two hands are better and faster, but I'm not convinced. That's 16 seconds. There's no overpower procs, and again 16 seconds. Save the blood rage for our test. Okay, we're expecting somewhere around 16 seconds on the level 31. I mean, this is taking a lot longer. 23. That 25? The two-hander? Another 31. $18 seconds, but we had 2 overpower procs there. 25. Hmm. Or I fight that one. Right, so just going to let the rage go down to 0 again, and we'll try another time test on this. I don't think either one is necessarily more consistent than the other. Hmm. Anyway, we need saltstone basilisks and the scorpid venom. And the saltstone basilisks are mostly in this area. Yeah. Not good when it's a busy time. Yeah, it should be able to hit 60 as a warrior. It's one of those things that like, it's not super hard. It's just maybe a little boring as a warrior. Um, I mean, of the characters that I've leveled, we got the warlock to 60, and that was not a surprise. I mean, I did some stupid stuff leveling the warlock as well. But like I know the class well, so I felt very confident doing the stupid stuff. And with that knowledge, you didn't feel stupid, if that makes sense. Of the characters I've played since then, like the druid died to really not knowing what that quest was like. And also probably not sticking the fight. I think it was still livable if I'd committed. I was trying to line of sight the caster though. That was the thing. The rogue died to late night or decision making. That should never have been a choice, and was entirely my own stupidity. It should never have died there. I mean, the hunter death was also... It was weird. Like, it was such an odd combination of factors. It was partly not paying attention. And partly losing sight of the pet as I came out of the water, because the camera went under the water. I didn't see that the pet had aggroed a murloc. And then I didn't see that the murlocs in front of me were higher level than the ones we'd just fought. So, again, that was weird. So, am I going to do the Lunar Festival quest again? I think it's always worth doing. It doesn't take all that long, and if you want to get faction reputation, it's a really good and easy way. Like it's much easier to do it at max level as well than it is when you're lower, because the travel time is so much less. So if you think people farm cloth hand-ins, rune cloth, and it takes them 60 rune cloth to get 150 rep, you ride around on your mount around the world and talk to a few NPCs. There's something like 45 NPCs that give 50 reputation each. And that's reputation for all factions, not just one faction. So you're effectively getting like 200 reputation for talking to one guy, you know? It's kind of significant, really. No, and I certainly wouldn't want to try to. It's 3 elite mobs that are standing there. So I wouldn't want to fight them. It would be entirely possible as a warrior to jump up on the wall, go around the back, drop down and talk to the quest giver and then half out. And you wouldn't aggro anything. And that was my intention as the warlock. And yes, because it's not a risk. I would run around and jump down and drop down. You can talk to the quest giver absolutely fine without any issues at all. It's not even a question. So when I went down that slope to talk to the quest giver, standardly your warlock pet stands on your left, and that's where it should have appeared. But instead of, if I use this as the Voidwalker, instead of appearing here on my left and me talking to the quest giver, it appeared there for some reason, right next to the 3 elites. I don't know. I don't know why it decided to appear here instead of here. Maybe it was because I was standing too close to a wall on this side. But its location made absolutely no sense. That's why I immediately asked about the pathing when I jumped down, because that it should never have been there. It should have never been. I could have dismissed it first, yes. I wanted it out because if the elites did aggro, I would need the Voidwalker there to assist and to protect me. A better call might have been to jump down onto the platform and then put it on stay so that it remained on the platform and didn't try and follow me. But like even when you're thinking about like weird pathing, normally what you will see with that is like the Void Walker will go the long way around a thing instead of the short way, like down the wall, and it, instead of following you, it'll run around and then reach you again. But it didn't even do that. It popped out of existence and just appeared there. It didn't run, it didn't move, it didn't do anything. It just popped into existence next to the elite mobs. Yeah, like the standard run around pathing is what you could anticipate, and if it ran around the bottom of that wall, it would still be completely far enough away from the elites to not aggro anything. Even considering like the pathing possibilities, there were no foreseeable issues, but you can't predict it just popping into existence in entirely the wrong location. Like if you watch the VOD back, it just appears. It doesn't move from anywhere. It just appears there.
What's up? Keep it real. Glad I could help.
I have seen a Void Walker teleport like that before. But it usually has to be very, very far away from you in order to do something like that. Whilst having like 0 optional path as well. And even then you have to toggle follow and stay in order to get it to do that. Ooh. 5 strength. I think that cloak's actually better.
Keep it real.
It's all on YouTube if you want to see. It's not hard to find the final video. Yeah, the Hunter one, I was doing Silver Pine questing. I'd gone back to do Hardened Tumor. It's after Pyrewood Village in the quest chain. And I think we were level 22, 23. We'd been fighting like level 15, 17 Murlocs to find this tumor, which we got fairly quickly. And then we went up, killed some elementals, and the idea was to run up into the top part of the lake and swim back round looking for some strangled kelp. And apparently the murlocs in the north camps are 2-3 levels higher than the murlocs further down. And as I swam through the water between the islands and came up onto the land of the northern camp, I didn't see that the pet had aggroed a murloc. And I went to gather a herb, and the murlocs that were slightly lower level, I'd have been totally able to stand there, gather the herb, and be fine. But the instant I clicked the herb, the murlocs didn't aggro, but they flipped. Two of them flipped their pathing around in the opposite direction and walked straight back towards the herb node, and then aggroed a second later. I think I tried to run up and over a hill, but it wasn't, like the pathing wasn't suitable, whilst also simultaneously like recalling the pet to attack them. We got attacked by 5-6 murlocs, and there just wasn't anything that could be done. At that level, the pet doesn't have an AoE taunt, and you're on an island surrounded by water, being attacked by murlocs. That there's just no way you can sensibly go. It was rather rubbish. It was due to like not completely paying attention as well.
Off and away.
Honored, I'm sure. Off and away. Very good.
My, you're a tall one. Be seeing you.
But I do make sure
Off and away. Alrighty then.
like to pay attention to deaths and to learn from them. It shouldn't have happened, you know, but it did. So ratchet, Storm grows. Oh, Badlands. Panic sometimes sets in. I don't know. I'd have to see the. Was that on the recent hardcore moments? And running away from the ogre. So it looked like he was going for a wing clip into aspect. I don't know why he didn't feign. I did watch it. And just trying to remember, was that the
To a bad dream.
final clip of the video? Just trying to look back and see. Yeah, I think it was, wasn't it? He's level 55. When his pet dies, Feign Death is on cooldown. and then he doesn't have mana for it. He's pressing Feign Death, but he has to aspect instead. Yeah, he didn't have mana for it. He tried to Feign Death, but he'd got a wing clip off to live while Feign Death was on cooldown. I think he Feigned Death during the when he pulls the two mobs, the pet goes in on the dwarf, and the ogre runs to him. Oh, I think did he multi-shot or something? And he Feign Deaths to drop aggro from the ogre there. And then the pet dies. And he doesn't have Feign.
What's on your mind? Watch your back. Off with you. Watch your back. Be good. Here there. Off with you.
So, entirely self-inflicted, I would say. He should have pulled the ogre first, because, well, I mean, if you know that mob, you know you have to kill it first, because it hit so hard. But either he thought, I'll get rid of the weaker thing first, or he just didn't know. And then sent his pet in, aggroed the other one, and had to waste Feign Death in order to reset it back onto the pet. I want to ask your opinion on arms. Because like, so far from what I've seen, like doing those tests earlier, I'm specced into 2-hand damage with overpower, deep wounds, and axe criticals. And the kill time for dual wielding seems to be essentially exactly the same, despite the talents supporting the other playstyle. And I'm wondering if it's just like I want to try it like with Mortal Strike, I guess. But a big part of me just wants to respec Fury and be done with it. I don't know if I should.
Ah, potential customer.
I mean, I'm not getting it at 30, so it's obviously not going to be overpowered. I need to double check like what level the elementals are.
Loktar, for the Horde.
So the axe I'm using is level 29. This sword is level 29. That's level 31. So all of the weapons are on par with each other. And yeah, I don't know. The talents should support the two-hander being better. The deep wounds singe you with improved overpower should support the two-hander more. You've got 5% increased damage on the two-hander. You've got almost 5% more crits on the two-hander. But still, the dual-wield weapons seem to be exactly the same. I think it's because you get so many more dodges and overpower procs with the dual wield. It just makes it more consistent. Because there are some things that I fight that I don't get a single overpower proc at all on with the two-hander. And it just feels really bad. But the fast weapons make it feel better. But the dual wield spec is meant to be Fury rather than arms. So it just makes me feel like why am I taking arms talents if dual wield arms is on par with two-hand arms, then so the main hand acts normally, and I think the offhand does 50% damage. But you've got a talent in Fury that increases the weapon damage done by your offhand. So my issue really is if dual wield seems as effective as two-handed arms, when the talents should support two-handed arms more than dual wielding, why am I not just going Fury, which supports dual wielding? They're separate weapons. They've got different weapon speeds. They hit at different times. They crit at different times. They're just different weapons.
What do you need? May your blades never dull.
Well, I don't want to like completely give it up before I've got Whirlwind Axe, you know. But it just feels bad, and it's weird. Because everybody you talk to about it seems to say arms is amazing for leveling, two-handed arms is awesome, it's great. You know, don't dual wield. And I feel like I'm playing through all of these levels, and it just kind of feels like the talents aren't really supporting what I'm doing. And if the spec that if two-handed arms spec talents still have dual wield weapons at the same kill speed as your two-hander, then why would you not just go Fury, which would enhance the dual wield aspect and increase your kill speed? Not really. So you've got improved Rend to unlock deep wounds, but you don't use Rend beyond low level because apparently it's bad. So those 3 talent points essentially do nothing. You've got 2 points in parry, which are defensive and do stuff. You've got tactical mastery, but for a lot of the time you're not switching stances at all, so that does nothing. You've got anger management, which does retain some rage between pulls, so that's 6 points for for 1 talent. You've got deep wounds, which activates on critical strikes, but that primarily procs off overpowers, and if you're fighting lower level mobs, which you should be for increased uptime as a warrior, then because you outlevel them, they dodge less, which means overpower procs less, so deep wounds procs less, so you can fight mobs that just never dodge, that you never get crits on, that deep wounds never happens on. And then you've got 5 talent points for plus 5% weapon damage, and 5 talent points for 5% crit, and sweeping strikes, which is good if you're fighting 2 mobs at once. And that's it. I can't help feeling that it's just kind of bad. Whereas, yes, it does. And if you look at Fury, you start with 5% crit, which seems much more reliable right from the moment you begin. Booming voice sounds bad, increasing the duration of battle shout and demo shout. But it is essentially, what it's saying is you need to activate battle shout 50% less, and therefore you save 5 rage, like over time or whatever it is. So it effectively works similar to Blood Rage. You're effectively gaining like 5 rage a minute, which is apparently quite efficient. Improved demo shout is apparently really good because the extra 40% reduction on attack power is significant. Apparently Unbridled Wrath is really good end game, but not while leveling, apparently. Blood Craze gives you health regen after being the victim of a crit, which increases your uptime. Piercing Howl is an extra safety defensive cooldown if you want to run away, which that seems good to me. Improved Battle Shout, well, it's just straight up more damage, but less than weapon damage percentage, I think. Enrage gives you straight up 25% extra damage after being victim of a crit. So that seems pretty huge. Dual Wield increases the damage of your offhand. Death Wish just seems weird to me, but I suppose you're regenning more and gaining 20% damage, so I mean that's not nothing. And then Flurry, after you deal a crit, you increase your attack speed by 10%, well, by much more than 10%. I'm assuming it goes up to 50% there. Like it just all sounds like it does more.
Keep it quick, kid. I ain't got all day.
And it all sounds like it supports dual wielding more. And if all of those talents buff dual wielding, and dual wielding is already on par with a two-handed weapon when arms is meant to support the two-handed weapon, I just keep asking myself, like, what is the point?
Have a good one. Be good. Have a good one.
The only thing that I can like vaguely think of that might be of benefit is if I set up awkward macros so that I played arms as dual wield, but then weapon swapped to a two-hander whenever I got an overpower proc, used the overpower proc, and then swapped back to dual wielding. Like that's the only thing that I can think of that really would make sense, because then you'd have the benefit of proccing overpower with the dual wielding more frequently, and you'd have the benefit of the higher damage from deep wounds when you get your overpower crits. Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know either. I mean, I imagine Whirlwind Axe, especially when you get the Whirlwind skill at 36, potentially feels amazing because you've got your two-handed weapon. It outlevels like the content you're facing, and you're able to like spam AoE damage on things. I guess. Hmm. I don't know. But everything I think about efficiency-wise just seems to point to the fact that it's kind of bad, and it would be better to dual wield to trigger the overpower procs more often. and then weapon swap to use them, if that is indeed possible. But I haven't even been able to find anything about anybody else even thinking about and considering that, which seems weird to me because it's quite a logical
Keep it real.
question as far as I'm concerned.
Keep it real.
And I've been thinking about that for a couple of days now. Maybe even 3, I don't know. It would have been a bit blurry as far as timescales concerned. Um,
Keep your nose clean in my town. Adventure awaits.
Magraw. Go forth.
Yeah, so seems like the option to dual wield swap is not a good idea. Overpower. Only usable after the target dodges. But as you outlevel mobs and they go green, part of the way that they become easier is that they are less likely to dodge, parry, etc. And the whole point of arms is when you overpower, you've got your improved overpower, which has an additional 50% chance to critical strike. So you're going to get that less on lower level mobs, and you're relying on the improved overpower crit to trigger deep wounds, which is critical strikes cause your opponent to bleed, dealing 60% of your melee weapon's average damage over 12 seconds. I think it's probably fine against mobs closer to your level, but like the warrior leveling strategy is to not fight things that are close to your level. It's to fight things that you can have more efficient uptime against.
Hello, man. Be seeing ya. See ya later.
You be careful, man. Stay away from the voodoo. Be seeing ya.
What you want? Okie dokie. Later. Be seeing ya.
What are you looking for?
I don't know. It just seems like a really, really like counterintuitive thing to be doing.
Strength and honor.
Like I don't doubt that it's more efficient and you have better uptime to be fighting green things. That makes sense for other classes as well. But it's the fact that it literally makes your build worse. That's what baffles me as to why you would choose it.
Be safe.
Yes, yeah, that was my thought as well. 5% damage or 25% offhand damage. I mean, it really depends
Mogra.
like how much of a percentage the offhand damage is, I guess. don't think that it actually breaks it down that much. Let's change this to overall. Yes, casters. That would be a factor in PvP, but don't mobs don't get casting pushback. Only players have that. Yeah, you have to interrupt or stun or crowd control them in some fashion to prevent the cast from going off. Yeah, so this is the breakdown of my recent fights. And deep wounds accounts for 2.6% of total damage, which is terrible. Oh, hang on. No. I want to get. Yeah. Overpower is less than 10% of total damage. Most of it's just auto attacking. Reset the data. Yeah, it just seems rubbish. It just seems really, really rubbish. I don't know why people rave about this so much, like saying how good this spec is. I'm sure Whirlwind Axe feels really good. But then, you know, if you really wanted to do that, surely you could go like Fury to 30, and then if you wanted to twink out your Whirlwind Axe and respec, you could, because it's like the first respec's only like a gold, isn't it? And if you're twinking it, and you know, if you're twinking the character and getting it done at 30 with help from other people, then 1 gold isn't much for a respec. So Impale, what's that one? Ah, yes. Also increases the critical strike damage bonus of your abilities in the different stances. So it wouldn't affect white damage. No. Doesn't affect white damage, only abilities. So it would only affect overpower. Yes, it is. It's garbage. Because overpower is like 11 to 13% of your total damage if, and that is if it procs on the mob you're fighting. If the mob doesn't get a dodge, then you don't proc overpower. then it's also still a wasted talent that's doing nothing. This is what annoys me about the arms talent so much. Like, so much of it is dependent on a thing happening, and if that low chance thing doesn't happen, you're literally just auto attacking and getting no benefit, as far as I can tell. All I'm doing is spamming Sunder over and over and over and over and over again. And sweeping strikes if I'm fighting multiple things.
What can I do for you? Keep your feet on the ground. See you soon. Safe travels.
What's on your mind? Off with you.
Well met. Be good. See you soon.
Need help? Be careful.
Greetings. Be careful.
What can I do for you? Safe travels.
I mean, like, I'd really like someone to change my mind on what I'm seeing. But I don't know, I don't feel that I can come to any other conclusion. The only redeeming possibility is that Mortal Strike is good. But in that case, why would I not just level as Fury up until the point that I can respec into Mortal Strike? I mean, Sweeping Strikes, and that's fair, Sweeping Strikes is good when you're fighting multiple things. But a lot of the time you're not fighting multiple things because you're going for uptime and efficiency, which means you don't want to take the extra damage. It just feels weird with like all of the seemingly optimal choices for playstyle directly conflicting with the talents that you're advised to take. Yes, it does. It has a 30-second cooldown, which is pretty... Well, it's quite long. Yeah, you'd charge in. I mean, you'd get some immediate threat. But also, I don't know if you noticed, Sweeping Strikes costs you 30 rage. And it doesn't hit like everything around you, it hits one additional thing. for the next 5 melee attacks. I like how it synergizes with cleave. Essentially, you activate sweeping strikes, you cleave, and the cleave hits both things, so the sweeping strikes triggers twice and hits the opposite thing as well. So you're sort of getting more attacks out faster. But then that's a total of 50 rage. Yeah. Yeah, so instead of 2 hits, you get 4 hits. Because both cleave hits proc the sweeping strikes. But that still costs you another 20 rage in order to get it to do that. Yes, yes it is. 50 rage is nuts. And then they say, oh, and then you've got Mortal Strike, and that costs you 30 rage. And I'm just like, where am I getting all this rage from? Where does it come from? Where is it generated? Because by the time I've stuck up 5 Sunders on a mob, I mean, you might, I suppose, it might be more efficient to do fewer Sunders and use Mortal Strike. I don't know what the maths on that is. But I feel like I've already got so many things demanding resources to be spent on them. And then you've given me a cool new ability that requires even more rage to be used than I was already using. Yeah, you can, because I can spam Sunders that fast. And they cost 15. I do have some spare rage because I'm hamstringing to fish for overpower procs. But I mean, even with dual wield, this isn't dodging. I'm not. There was, well, oh, was there one over, or is that still overall data? Current segment. Yeah, no, that was 0 overpower procs as dual wield. And again, No overpower procs as dual wield. Tell me the combat time here. I'm not into. It's just like if overpower is rarely proccing with dual wield when there are many more weapon strikes, then what hope really does two-handed have of proccing it? I think it does make more sense if you're fighting equal level mobs. But even then, I'm not sure that it actually still procs very often. Because the... Where is it? So... The best weapons for two-handed, because of the way the deep wounds works, are the slowest weapon possible. Well, this is 3.8. So essentially, pretty much every 4 seconds, there's one attack. That's a really slow, really high damage, minimum and maximum, right? But that's one chance every so even if dodge is a 5% chance, and you needed that's proccing 1 in 20. Well, what is 1 in, if you're attacking once every 4 seconds and you're proccing one every 20, how long is combat lasting there to get an overpower proc? And if green mobs have even less chance to trigger, like you can fight multiple things and just never see overpower. And I want to give it a go on the tigers, and see. Get any dodges, and how long combat is. I think that was it. Was that combat without any crits? Is that an overkill? Charge Blood Rage. Normal melee. Yeah. That was just all normal melee hits. How long did that take? No, yeah, no deep wounds procs. Where does it say how long combat took? Is it like it times the combat while it's happening, but then doesn't tell you in the breakdown? It was about like, oh, I don't know. I don't know how many seconds it was. Start with a dodge, and then a miss on the overpower. Because of course overpower can still miss. It was like 18 seconds. Like the kill times are constantly comparable. Like there doesn't really seem to be any difference in it. And that's the insanity to me.
Safe travels.
I've spec'd the two-handed, and yet dual wield is just as good. Yeah, generally speaking, you get your Sunders up and then you spam Hamstring to try and trigger dodges because it costs less rage than Sunder Armor. No, I know. I don't see anything that could make a big difference either. Like, as I say, you've got your sweeping strikes, but you know that seems to me more like a, oh damn it, I've pulled a second thing. I need a quick way to deal with it so that I don't die. Sweeping strikes. And sweeping strikes definitely makes sense to be used with a two-hander, because otherwise you'd be wasting sweeping strikes procs with your offhand weapon, which would not be optimal. But equally, you can have your two-handed weapon, and if you want to sweeping strikes, then macro swap to the two-hander and use the ability. And I managed to look up some information about weapon swapping whenever dual wielding triggers overpower in order to use a two-hander to overpower with. And apparently it used to be a thing, but then they added a swing timer reset and a global cooldown to weapon swapping. So apparently that killed that as a thing to do in raids. Apparently it used to be something that was important. So it's just better to stick with your dual wielding as far as that's concerned. Yeah, it doesn't seem good. And the only thing that I can think of is that Mortal Strike finally makes things not bad. And maybe Whirlwind Axe is pretty awesome. Maybe. So I think the idea is that if you get a dodge, the improved overpower having an extra 50% chance to crit is what makes things so insane. Because it not only does huge damage, it also triggers deep wounds, which does an extra 60% of your damage. And so all of that combined is huge. But it's basically saying, I've put all of my eggs into one basket, but then I left the basket at home. That's what it feels like to me. No, if you're using a low-skilled weapon that you've got a low skill in, then that just increases your miss chance. It doesn't affect their chance to dodge. Oh, that's Fade Leaf. I actually want Fade Leaf. The only way that you could increase chance to dodge would be to fight creatures that have a higher dodge chance. So agility-based rogues, essentially. So when we get to Tanaris and fight the Waste Wander bandits, then I'm sure things will feel absolutely wonderful. Possibly the pirates too. But until that point, it just seems bad. So I find it really baffling why everybody says go arms. Arms is amazing. So I'm as an analyst, I'm trying to find like the core reason that it's so good, but like the more I play it, the worse it feels. The more like the deeper into the talent tree I get, the less I feel like it's actually really doing anything. And the more I look at it and examine really in depth, you know, how the whole talent tree functions, the more it just seems like it's terrible. I mean, I've got what, another 5 levels to unlock Mortal Strike, so I've got another 4 talent points to spend on the rest of this stuff. So I get the last point in Axe specialization. I suppose I get Impale. And then either an extra point in Parry or improved charge. And then I guess I can get Mortal Strike and go Fury and start with actually getting some additional crit. I don't know.
For the Alliance. Light bless you.
So part of me really wants to just respec Fury, but it might be simpler. It might be simpler to get dual spec at 40. Try out Fury, see how it feels. And if Fury feels really good and Arms still feels terrible, then we can respec the Arms tree to prot for tanking.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
At some point, of course, there's also the requirement to want to buy a mount. And of course, if we go dual spec, then that would delay it considerably. But equally, if Fury feels that much better, I'd argue that it would potentially be still worth doing. So I'm more interested in combat doing something than I don't know. I want to feel like I'm doing something more than auto attacking, and because I mean, if I wanted to spam auto attack, oh well, I'm, you know, at some point I'm going to play a paladin, right? And that's what they do. No, no. Rep paladins essentially just auto attack. They have two abilities to use in melee, essentially. They need to keep their seal active on their target, and they need to cast Judgment to unleash the damage of that seal, which also removes the seal from the target. So what their rotation looks like is they put the seal up, they use Judgment to proc the seal, and then they put the seal back on again. And of course, yes, it gets better because the Judgment ability has a cooldown. You can macro both abilities into one button. / cast Judgment / cast seal of whichever seal you're using. And because you've put Judgment in first, when it's on cooldown, it can't cast, so the seal gets activated. So every 10 seconds or whatever it is, you double tap the button, and that's your rotation. Which, to be fair, is very much the same as what I'm doing in the moment with Warrior. Charging in, and then I'm spamming Sunder. I'm pressing one button. And then I'm swapping to a different button to try and get dodge procs. Except, of course, the Paladin doesn't have a movement ability to engage with stuff. Well, they do have a talent, though, to increase their base movement. Which is probably better in the long run. It does. It does. Like the Fury stuff all seems nice. I mean, like the blood crazes. Why would you not want this? Why would you not want better uptime? I mean, I don't know exactly how often I'm being hit with crits, but some chance for health regen and increased efficiency is good, isn't it? Like everything I read in Fury sounds like it does something. Everything I read in Arms, oh, improved rend, but don't use it. Oh, a couple of points in parry, tactical mastery, but you're not switching stances. Overpower, but you never get dodges. Deep wounds, but only when you crit, and it relies on the crits from overpower. And like what? Like you're literally telling me to take talents that do nothing. I think, was it on the druid? I tanked a Wailing Caverns. I think it was the druid. And there was a warrior in the group who was Fury, and they had 2 blue weapons, and they were charging in and doing crazy amounts of damage. Like properly crazy amounts of damage as Fury. And if you can do that in Wailing Caverns, you can do it elsewhere. Yeah. But people get saying, oh, you don't want to go Fury while leveling, like dual wielding while leveling is terrible. But I mean, I'm literally dual wielding without any dual wielding supporting talents, and it's still performing just fine. So, when you dual wield, your chance to hit is reduced. So I get lots of misses. If I was using the shield instead, you should see that I'm not missing. Like, I don't think I got a single miss in that combat. There was a parry. It's anyone who dual wields, hunters, rogues, warriors. Rogues get a talent that increases their to hit, so that directly mitigates that, which is really significant for them. Warrior doesn't get the it doesn't get a talent that increases hit like that, so they suffer more. So if I charge in again, you should start to see misses more frequently. There's 1, 2, 3. Does that show in defenses? Yeah, 2 misses. it's an overall reduction in your hit chance. So it applies to both weapons. But I say, even with these misses factored in, it still seems to be performing as well as arms with a two-hand spec. And that is what I find like truly baffling, you know? Like why should it? When well, I'm not looking at direct DPS. I'm looking at the combat time. You know, how long does each combat take? So this combat to kill the raptor took 19 to 20 seconds, right? If I swap to the two-hander with supported talents, oh, the mage is just going to be annoying. Okay, well, I'm not going to kill it for you. What I will do is hamstring and reset it for you. Goodbye, raptor. I think he did that because I charged a mob that he was going to cast the spell at, and he was annoyed. So we got an overpower proc there. So with an overpower proc, that combat took 1 second longer than the dual wield combat did. In just here. At the top left of the details window. Combat took 4 seconds longer. It's like I got the proc. I got the 5% chance that you're looking for, the extra damage that you're fishing for. It happened. Oh, it's a doorbell. I need to go and check that at the moment. But it's like, with with the proc, you're telling me it's still worse. And how long did that combat take? 36 seconds. I don't know what went on there. Was it just ridiculous amounts of misses or what? I mean, it was just a couple of parries, right? Did I stop attacking at some point? I don't know. Anyway, I just need to check the door a moment. Right, I am back again. I wouldn't normally AFK in random places in Stranglethorn Vale, but these cliffs up here are completely safe. This section has no spawns and no patrols, so I'm not completely insane. Give this one more go. I'm gonna pull it out again with a ranged weapon. And then we'll see. Okay, that was an insane combat. I mean, when you get double overpower proc and the thing dies that fast. But I mean, that's very much the exception rather than the rule. You know that Slam is a terrible ability, right? So it's a cast time and can suffer pushback. Do we have? Yeah. So it's a 1.5 second cast. If it didn't have a cast time, it would be awesome, as far as I can tell. Yes. Yes, it does. So if you're not tanking, Slam to me seems really good. But if you are tanking and you've got things hitting you, it's decidedly less good. Yeah, I mean, I would say, yeah, if you've got a 4-second attack timer, timing Slam appropriately around your weapon swing would seem to be pretty amazing, because you'd be getting an extra attack with increased damage. And it would seem to be fantastic. And there's no cooldown on it, as far as I can tell. But I don't know how, because it's a cast time, I don't know how it interacts with your weapon swing timer. Yeah, I mean that would make sense. You want to have your normal attack first, because you'll want to weave rage generation with rage spending. Yes, it costs half as much, so you'd be able to fit 2 into that 6-second window. Was it the other warrior I had slam on? I think it was. Yeah, I haven't trained it at all this time. If you're fighting that more than one thing, the pushback is horrible. I mean, that would again be less bad if it was talented, but it's still not going to be good. I don't know what he's trying to roleplay, but like Pandaria hasn't happened yet. Oh, did somebody escape and flee, or did they die? It's a World of Warcraft expansion, but it hasn't happened yet because this is classic. So like he was trying to roleplay and say and reference something in game, but he's referencing something in game that hasn't occurred. I've got some tiger spawns now. Yeah, how bad did that feel? Need 2 more tigers. And then we'll go down and do the fuel regulator blueprints. Oh, gosh. Why is everything respawning as panthers? There's another tiger. Oh, okay. Yep. Um, um, ah, yes. Life fruit bruiseweed. And you always forget something. We do actually need life fruit and bruiseweed. Yeah, more things.
Honor, friend. For the Alliance.
Who died? Oh, Ravenclaw servant, level 15. Yeah, that's fine.
Well met. Have a good one. Farewell.
What's on your mind? Safe travels. Keep your feet on the ground.
So those quests are all uh, 32. Um, five. Yeah, I mean, I think we've essentially, apart from Ellsworth Foothills, we've kind of caught up. Maybe Hammerfall a bit. Kind of caught up with all of the quests as far as levels are concerned. Go back to Shimmering Flats. Find the fuel regulator blueprint. We need to do that. Now we want the remainder of the Blood Scout quests. At least there's a lot more life fruit here anyway. Now when we go to Razorfen Downs, we'll get the mighty Charles Blood Potion, and that'll feel really good because it's double the healing from this. So we want to go down here somewhere, get the blueprint, across the other side of the lake. No. It's an alliance. I just killed the quest mob. Yeah, I'm not sure. So, and that's weapon damage plus 85. And it obviously does a healing reduction as well. This does a health restore, but it's only 45% of attack power as damage. I don't know how that exactly translates. I'd have to have both and try them essentially. Because is Bloodthirst literally doing 45% of your attack power directly as damage? Because that would be roughly 150-ish. Whereas weapon damage plus plus 80 something would be 160 minimum, or 170 minimum. But the Bloodthirst obviously has a healing effect. And like 6 health every 5 seconds feels significant. So 10 health per multiple hits is going to feel probably pretty good. Yeah, I mean that's... I hate the links like this. It's like you've gone in with a whirlwind axe and popped like retail or something. Right. Arms for leveling, no question. Fury, bad for leveling. What? What? Right. I want to get this guy's opinion. Oh, carrot sheet. So he says arms you get lower hit. Okay. Does he have an answer to that? What I want to know. Oh, in combat already. Yeah, I mean, I said, oh, with sweeping strikes, it's insane. Well, yeah, I know you can get the whirlwind axe. I know that if you twink it, it's amazing. That's not all you're telling me is, yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Like the enrage and flurry talents just would appear to be like just better, but for leveling. Like things hit you while you're questing. And all this guy seems to be able to tell me is that twinking out with a whirlwind axe is insane, and that's why arms is good. And it's like, of course, sweeping strikes is going to be good if you've twinked a weapon on yourself. Whatever twink gear that you've used is going to be better than non-twinked gear, right? I mean, but the whirlwind axe is apparently better on par or better than like the Scarlet Monastery axe you can get at around 40ish. So it'll probably carry you to 45 and higher, although obviously it'll feel less good. But I mean, like my 1 to 30 didn't feel bad. Mostly. I liked the improved rend early. It did feel really strong. And tactical mastery, like early on when I wasn't tanking properly, kind of felt good, but then when I was tanking properly, it was pointless. And like the overpower, I think it felt good when probably because I'd got the Wailing Caverns staff, and like that's high damage anyway. But then it's progressively felt worse while weapons have fallen off.
Zug zug.
I just want, what I want to find is somebody who can tell me like why arms is genuinely meant to be good when you're talking about equivalent level weapons, essentially. Because I mean that's what I've got. Like I'm level 35. I've got Corpse Maker from a dungeon that I've completed a couple of levels ago. It's a solid weapon. It's high damage. It's an axe. It fits everything that arms is meant to be. It's got 15 strength, which is 30 attack power. It's got everything arms is meant to be. And yet similar leveled weapons are doing as much or more damage than it while being specced into the two-hander. I don't know. I just can't get my my brain over it. It just seems so stupid.
Strength and honor for the Horde.
Speak. Victory.
I do
And yet, at the same time, you've got everybody saying, arms is best for leveling, it's great, it's... Well, I mean, if you've got Whirlwind Axe, it might be, but you can't get that until 30. So does that not make Fury better until then? I mean, I did like the early improved Rend, I must admit. That felt good. But like tactical mastery for me has felt kind of poor, and it also hasn't felt like anger management has really done that much. I feel like with anger management I could get the same kind of effect out of kiting one mob into the next and not dropping out of combat that way, so that rage didn't degenerate at all. I feel like I'd almost prefer like three extra points in parry, the improved charge, because the improved charge would kind of fulfill a similar role to the anger management, in that that would sort of account for like 3 ticks of decay. I don't know. Just
Well met, traveler. There's opportunity to be had here if you're clever enough. I have work for one such as you.
I'll stick it out. I'll get the Whirlwind Axe, and
Talk to me. Keep it real.
I'll see how it feels.
Money, friend. Yo. Glad I could help. Time is money, friend. Hurry back. Glad I could help.
But I think ultimately I can't see it lasting and being good long term at all.
Keep it real.
Yo! Be good. Keep it real. Have a good one.
That's for later. Right, I guess we fly back up and do some of the blood scalp farm, perhaps, because we need. I need to do the Cyclonian farm anyway. So we want to do all of the troll killing stuff at once. Just going to grab another drink while we're on the flight path. Back in a sec. Right, back in. To raptors. Just checking that I haven't missed any of the appropriate troll quests. The Wrathy.
Stay away from the voodoo.
That's Hinterlands, but that's not. Right. I guess we travel up the coast a little bit and find some trolls. Okay. Yeah, all I can really say, I think, is roll on 40, and then I can try out Mortal Strike. And I can try out potentially getting dual spec. And then we can actually make a decision as to what feels better. We'll have the Whirlwind Axe by then for sure. Was that a disarm, was it? That I have no idea. I would imagine they'd have their own separate costs, but I don't know if... It might be that if you pay to respec, then it respecs everything. But I've not bought dual spec before, so I am unsure. Yeah, trolls aren't too bad, but they do somewhat hurt. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do this at... It either kills you or it drops you to 1, I can't remember which. I wouldn't want to be on 1 health, thank you, and still in combat. I mean, if you were going to die, you'd use it anyway, wouldn't you? I'm wondering if the other blood scalp things further north are less of a pain to fight. The warriors aren't too bad, but the axe throwers annoyingly disarm. Enrage, poison, backstab sounds better. Also means more overpowers, right? Yeah. Yeah, so as long as you're out, you're safe then, essentially. Just don't get hit. These scavengers do seem much better to fight. No, it's just similar things up. Warriors, axe throwers. When you pull, just one, two. No, I don't want the shaman as well. $24. 18. So I mean that was the dual wheel was 6 seconds faster there. Is it even less than before? Higher level mob and still faster. Yeah, I don't know. And that was without battle shout. Oh, that's slower. Seconds. Yeah. Stranglethorn seems a bit like Marmite. Either people love the zone to death or hate it. I'm afraid you've joined us at a time where I'm going to be logging off very shortly. I need to have some lunch because I've put it off for quite a while. And I've got to make a couple of phone calls as well. So I'll likely be gone for about an hour or so. We've been live. Almost 5 hours of being on. But it's been quite a productive morning. Almost 36. Working on the Cyclonian stuff now. Get the 30 tusks. Well, I say 19 to go, but this quest also calls for the tusks. So it's like 28 to go.
Ho ho.
Do, however, need to buy some new
What can I do?
arrows.
Be safe.
What can I help you with?
Add
Valhalla.
basic arrows.
Farewell.
Okay, so I should say I should be back probably in about an hour and a half, something like that. I need to get some food, make some phone calls, and then we can continue with the Cyclonian. I also need to check what level the things are in Arathi to kill for the essences. I think some of those are quite high level. But anyway, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you soon.